Hello, hello. Welcome to Factorio 1.1. Resby, how are you today? Yes, yeah, this is actually the first time I've played it. I loaded it up 10-15 minutes ago, something, just to have a look at it, and I probably spent most of that time just looking at this, looking at the new intro screen with all of the simulations, I guess. Is that a belt of Spidertrons on the right? It is. Haven't played it yet. Yeah, like I haven't played it yet. Like since it came out, I have done like an episode and a half of Megabase, as you can see there in my continue. But I like this one. Oh dear. But yeah, because the mods I'm using in that series haven't been fully updated, I'm still playing on 1.0 for that. But today we're doing we're doing something a little bit different. Oh, and thank you, Jay, for the 4-month subscription there. Good, everyone. Love the menu videos. Yeah, they are great. Apparently there's already a mod out that lets you sort of mod in your own. So maybe I should get to designing something that can fit on a screen so people can have that. I want to start a new Factorio run, but with enemies on and auto-evolving off. Interesting. For me, it's not the evolution that kind of gets in the way. It's the enemy expansion. I like to have that turned off. But yes, today, as you can probably tell by the stream title, I'm doing a bit of design work. So on YouTube, probably the first video I had, of my most popular videos at least, the oldest one is a smart trains tutorial, where I go over the design of the train system I used in my 1 per minute series. And it was all entirely vanilla, and it dispatched trains out to various outposts only when there was enough material there to worth be sending a train out, and it all came back to one big station where it got unloaded and sorted. Yeah, like a modified railroad, Jeff. So given that 1.1 comes with a whole bunch of new stuff to help with trains, I thought I might give a go at redesigning that. Yes, Raspberry, by default, enemies will occasionally form a little party and go out and actually make a new base. You can turn that off. It's called enemy expansion. It's in the settings. But anyway, we're going to make a new game for this one, and I'm going to do it in sandbox. It's just a design thing. So let's go next. I'll turn enemies off. I don't need them. Again, it's design. I'll turn cliffs off. Oh, we remembered that I had that turned off. And I think everything else, I'll just... actually, I'll probably turn water and trees off as well. Again, just design. Yeah, I'll hop into the editor and spawn some big deposits and get all of that sorted out. It's just the train system itself. And if I come up with something good, I'll make a blueprint and I'll put the blueprint book somewhere. But yeah, that'll do. Let's go. Okay. So the game is played in God mode, no goal, can do whatever you like. So yes, I want all the text, I don't need starting items, I will have cheat mode, and we'll make it always day. So yes, this is the world we are in. Cool. So, right, so we've got all of these things which are all lit up because it thinks they're new techs. Yeah. Maybe I guess that would be a comment. It's not really a bug, but you know, if you're playing in Sandbox maybe, and you unlock all the techs, maybe you don't want everything to light up at the beginning. And all of these. And this one. I don't really need to do this. Oh, I say really, I don't need to do this at all. Oh yes, colour. Blue, please. It doesn't actually make the slightest bit of difference on that one because I'm not in an actual character. And weapons. I suppose it does change the name on the minimap. We want to turn on the evolution over time. The pollution evolution should be fine. Turn off the expansion. Yeah. Yeah, in my experience, if you start with a large starting area and enemy expansion off, you rarely run into a position where like the enemies are too much to handle. Right, so what do I want? I want a bunch of them, bunch of them, bunch of them. I'll do some fluid wagons as well, why not? We're going to be using logistics chests. I don't know if we'll use any buffers. We want bots as well. We'll need roboports. We want power stuff. Okay, so because we'll want power, actually, is there... I said I would hop into the editor anyway. Now, previously I've done this with mods. That's not how you spell editor. Previously I've done this with mods. Is there like an infinite power source in the vanilla editor? Unsorted, maybe. Huh. Burner generator. There's an infinity pipe, infinity chest, heat interface, linked chest, electric energy interface. Does that give me infinite power? That looks like it'll give me infinite power. If anything here was going to give me infinite power, I feel as though it would be that. Okay, should have the time of day off, right? No, whatever. Yeah, I don't really use the editor very often. Not something else in here as well, is there? Oh, no. Was there a void chest, by the way? There was an infinity chest. That's the point, I didn't scroll down. I guess I should find a way of testing this, right? Let's see, if I just put an assembling machine like there and a power pole to connect them. Let's see, let's turn the editor back off. Okay, if I make another one of them. Okay, that seems to be producing power. Okay, so we can use one of them for power. The interface can give or consume power depending on what you want to test. Good. Right. So I can get rid of all of that. So I think first I'm going to do... Ah, okay. It doesn't automatically get rid of the rocks. Okay, so we might need to keep an eye out for rocks that are in the way. So when I did my 1 per minute series, I started with the receiving station. So I think I'll do the same here. Right. So let's get a nice big area. And you know what? If I get some refined concrete, just so we can see what we're doing. As pretty as the world is, I don't need it right now. No, I can't press and hold that. That'll do it. Ah. Okay, let's do that in the editor mode. Wait, where do tiles live then? Tiles, there we go, it's in its own tab. Refined concrete. Let's do brush. Okay, maybe I don't need that bit. In fact, you know what? Why not? Boom. We'll just let that freeze for a second. Okay, that's quite far out. Just look at the mini-map. What? Why did it go extra? Did I accidentally move the cursor when I clicked? Looks like I did. Okay, well this should be plenty big enough of an area for us to work with. Why is the grass on top of the concrete? That's not how that works. The concrete is supposed to get rid of the grass. It's because I'm not playing with the cleaner concrete mod. Fine, I guess. That's interesting. It kept some of the water. Right. Okay. Is there a way... So... Decoratives? How does one get rid of a decorative? Fine. Can I delete resource patches? If I right click, that is going down, so let's set the intensity up to maximum. Okay, that's how I delete them. Okay, anything else hidden around? I think we're good. Alright. Let's get rid of that rock. And we have an area to work with. Creative mod's been updated for 1.1 already. Can do the blueprint, getting rid of stones. Yeah, I haven't really messed around with the editor though, and I figure it can all be done with the editor, everything I need to do anyway. Right, so what we're going to have is... Ah, there is that, yes. Okay. If I put a train stop there, so I think, so in general, I tend to go for like 282 trains. So if I do the same, I think it's a reasonable size between, you know, big enough to carry all the stuff you want and not super massive. Okay. Then this is going to be like a waiting area. 1, 2, 3. Maybe I should get the creative mod so I can have the blueprint build automatically. Now, if I use it for nothing else. So why was that not working? It says instant blueprint building right there. Does that only work in the editor mode, or? You know what? I'll need to update it, won't I? Creative mod. Creative mod. I'll not spend the time to update everything. Alright, update selected. And manage creative mod on. Actually, has Conquer Texture been updated? Yes, okay, that'll give us the clean concrete as well. That'll look a bit nicer. Have we got anything else that I particularly want? Don't need that. Afraid of the dark. I'll do that so you can see what's... No, in fact, that doesn't even matter because I'll have permanent day. Don't need mushroom cloud, don't need power armor. Don't need the Spidertron stuff. Don't need squeak through. Don't need them. Don't need that. Don't need that. Don't need that. Okay, so it should just be those two. Both of which should have been updated. Alright. Confirm that. That's going to do a thing. So let me just hop to this. Oh dear. Okay, come on, there we go. Right, let's try that again, shall we? I'll just make sure I actually have the mod loaded. Got base mod, Conquer Extra Creative. Okay, good. Single player, new game. Sandbox, next. Turn off cliffs and water, turn off the enemies. Have a quick look at what we got, that's fine. No, I'm turning off trees as well, that's right. Okay, play. Yes, I know. Yes, please. Okay, I've got some items now. Cheat mode, always day. Yes, with cheats. Okay. So, I've got some items I didn't really need. Oh, I'm not going through all of that again. Okay, and... Right, so first, I'll go into editor. I'll fill everything with concrete. Square. Boop. Okay. I wonder why it does that sort of patchy thing on the... on the water. That poor fish. Okay. Right, so let's head back out of that now. Oh, wait. Conquer Texture is Alright, give me 1 sec. We'll get there, I promise. Okay, settings. Mod settings. Concrete extra. I want... actually, it's refined concrete I want. Is... I forget which one I have. Let me just try that. This is taking a little longer than anticipated. Alright, come on. No, that's not the one I wanted. That's what it looks like now. I will get this, I promise. Okay, so that's not the setting we want. Quit game, quit. I do not remember what the setting I use is, but it gives you this beautiful clean concrete. That's not the button I want. Settings, mod settings. Maybe it's that. Okay, single player, new game, sandbox, next, terrain, off, 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 enemy, off, go. Thank you, yes, no, yes, yes, yes. Editor. What does that look like? That's the same. That's confusing. I'll try one more. If it doesn't work, I won't bother. Okay, settings, mod settings. Might just be the original No, I tried the... I'll try this one. If it doesn't work, as I said, I won't bother. Okay, single, new. Sandbox, go. Terrain, off, off, off. Enemy, off. Play. Yes, no, yes, yes, yes. Editor. Give me some refined concrete. I would have thought it would be the smooth concrete option. Oh well. Alright, how do I get rid of that? It's not going away. Right click was working earlier. Shift left click. Okay, it's still not working. Well, I'll tell you what. If that's not going to work, at least this one should. Creator, I think it is. Oh, you know, in fact, what am I even doing? Go away. Okay, so what I will do, I will get rid of all of that, and probably get rid of the water as well, actually. Yeah, that'll do. Where is the magic wand there? Creator. Should just be able to give ourselves some nice clean sand texture to work with, if nothing else. Yeah, maybe a little bit too much at once there. Okay, so not quite what I was aiming for. But better than nothing. Okay, so now I've got that. Is there a way to get rid of decoratives with the creative mod? I know I can get rid of all of that. Thing is, in point 17, I actually had a proper map with all of the stuff I needed. Well, it was just an empty map with the pure concrete, but now it's a point 17 map, so it won't open in point 1. About 1.1. Magic wand. No, yeah, it's definitely the magic wand. Also remove decoratives. These are decoratives. Why won't it go away? Go away! I mean, I could do that. We'll get rid of the decoratives. Oh, that's a bit too far. Alright. This will freeze the game for a little bit, but let's just turn it all to water, and then we'll turn it all back to sand. Should get rid of everything that's not supposed to be there. Including the resources, which is nice. Which gives me a nice empty... Well, it's quite literally a sandbox. There we go. Right. So let's try that again then. Rails. There we go, that's what I wanted to do. Right. Rails stops. Trains. I won't put them on the hotbar actually. Wagons. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 2 of them. Okay. So, how long are you planning on doing this for? I need to do the dishes. Oh, I have no idea. Yeah, a couple of hours probably. You've got time to do the dishes. Because I hadn't really thought this through, to be honest. Right, so if I copy that with a blueprint, I can add in the trains to it. Okay, so in theory that can be extended. Then what I want is for each of these to be able to make their way into a number of, I guess, well, in the in the 1 per minute series I did, I called it an Omni station, where it can like have any input. So if I do that, and well, actually, we'll come back to that. Bring that down to there. So that is as long as a train. So I'll pop that down there. And then, you know what, I will actually put a train in that for now, just to help me sort of space things out. Okay, so fairly normal insofar as what we're doing with this. We'll have them, and they are going to go into active providers. I like that. We'll give them some power. I'm going to do this with medium power poles because it works. And just to stop the flashing, let's stick down one of these active energy source. Okay, you stop flashing. Still have to deal with the logistics flashing for now. In fact, yeah, let's deal with that now as well, actually. So, roboports. So I want to line that with roboports on both sides. And you know what, because we're doing this properly, let's give everything some lights as well. Okay, so we've got a train that is unloaded into active provider chests. So they need to be able to put their stuff somewhere. So we have storage chests by the dozen. And what I'm going to do... what's a good way of doing this? Well, firstly, I don't actually like where they are. I know I'm putting a lot of these down. That is incredibly annoying. They don't match up. Fine. Okay. So, in each of these, how many is that? That's 8 by 8. So each one of these is going to have that should be able to cover all of them. Yep. I hope that's a little quieter for you than it is for me, but that's really going straight through my ears. Okay, so in total we have 960 buffer chests. How should the end product look like? So I'm kind of basing this off the previous design I made. I'm just going to make some tweaks. So if you go back to... if you look through my YouTube channel history, you'll find one on a smart train system tutorial. That's kind of what I'm going for. But hopefully the combinator logic for this will be much simpler because of the new things they've added to train stops. Which I haven't actually had a look at. Oh, that's changed. Huh. Curious. That interface has changed quite a bit. Anyway, I guess I will get to that. I'm guessing that is the link for the video in question. Thank you, Jafe. I guess it's just trains transporting stuff exactly where it's needed or something. Yeah, so in that series, I had basically one massive collection point where all my materials were going. But I had like a smartish train system set up such that a train would only go out to an outpost if that outpost had enough materials for it to be worth going there. So that's sort of what I'm recreating here. So in this situation, I would also want a number of requested chests. Like over here, I guess. That would put these on belts. And they would rather request the various items. Yeah, so the trains would deliver them in so this would act like a buffer zone just to ensure that there's always the stuff going out there. Made the interfaces look the same for everything, including combinators. Okay, well, I guess we'll be getting to that. We'll need combinators sooner or later. Okay. So, then this much I want to copy a bunch of times. I do like the new blueprint sounds. Right. Quite subtle. I don't know how well you'll be able to hear them on the stream. So how many is that? That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Powers of 2s are nice. So we'll go with that. Okay. Next we want every train in its waiting area to be able to get to every stop. So we need something like that. And going up as well. Okay. Let's see if I can signal this before I go too much further. So basically everything in here wants to be a chain signal. Apart from these ones at the end. So I'll put those in now. So where can I put chain signals? Going across here. Going across here. I might need to space this out more. Yeah. This is the tricky bit, the signaling here, because every path needs to be able to get to every station without blocking other trains from going to other stations. So let's try this again. We'll have to find a different angle we can work with. What if I just try the naive approach? Go like that. Okay, where do signals fit in here? This might actually work. Okay, I can't go there. It has to go on that row to be even with all the others. Okay, what's the problem there? Just need to do the next row up, I think. Okay, so the issue with this one is that way. So yeah, if I continue up here, okay, next one that's flashing, this one can go all the way up there and then down. This is looking a bit more promising. Yeah, nothing there is flashing, so I think that means we are good. Okay, so every train should now have a path to every other one. Some of these ones along here are red, yeah, because they cannot turn down the first path because there's already a train down there. These ones are all blue because they can go to every other path. If I put a train there, if I put a train behind that signal, then more of them are blue, more of them are red. Yeah, okay. So in theory, a train that is sort of coming from here and turning down this way. Not quite. That shouldn't interfere with the train coming along here and turning down this way. But yeah, I need to squeeze a signal in sort of there on every row. So I might need to spread this out a bit more. I think, yeah, that's what I'm going to have to do there. Okay, so goodbye. So previously that was that far away, if I make it that far away, maybe we'll have enough space for it. Put down a couple to see what that looks like. Okay. It looks promising that I can fit the signal in there. Okay, let's try that. Curved rail is in... what? What's red there? Ah, that. Just get rid of that for now. Okay, got some extra stuff at the end we don't need there. Okay, now everything is flashing at the moment. That's fine for now, because... let's see. There's there and there. I think... can I just do that? No. I think this will work now. Alright, let's copy that. Pop that up there. It still looks good. Pop that up there. Still looks good. Okay. So now I can copy all of that as many times as I want. That's probably more than I need, but how many have we got? We have 14. Powers of 2 are nicer. 14. 16. And we'll get rid of the spares. Okay. I need some signals along here. Okay, now let's try that again. So a train here. More of them turn red, more turn blue. Okay, so if this train is coming down this way, yeah, it doesn't interfere. So if I get rid of that, doesn't interfere with, say, this one coming along down that way. And similarly, neither of those two trains interfere with, say, this one turning... that train down there is still there. Doesn't interfere with this train coming down this way. Okay, I think we're good there. Right, so any of those trains can go to any of those stations without interfering with any others. Hey Hammond, how are you? It has been a long time. Right. So the next thing to do is to say, when do I want a train to go from here to here? Now, last time I did that with some really, really awful circuit logic. And I'm convinced there's a better way of doing it. But from memory, and this was a couple of years ago, so I may be a little rusty on this. Essentially what I did was I had this set... Okay, well, it's not connected to any networks at the moment. Let's just hook it up so we can have a look. We had this set to read train contents. And then if this train had, say... I'll just put iron plates in it for now. If it had some iron plates in it, I actually need to send that train to the stop. Okay, I'll just call that 1 for now, and we'll add you to 1. You need some fuel. Have that. Go. Alright. Are you there now? Read train contents that is currently stopped and send it to the circuit. Why isn't that working? Did not know that was going to work, but I'm glad it did. Okay, go there. You're stopped. Okay, so now this is reading 100 plates. So it would use that to find out what's in the train. And then essentially the logic boiled down to, if the train has iron plates and I am running low on iron plates, send a signal to this train. Now, there was a little more to it than that, but that's what mostly it boiled down to. And I'm sure there must be a simpler way of doing it, because each time, last time, because there's what? There's iron ore, copper ore, coal, stone, uranium, and fish. I'm missing something. Like your raw elements. Iron, copper, coal, stone, uranium, fish. I swear that there's a 7th one. There's oil and water, but they're fluids, so they were done separately. Am I going mad? Is there not 7 raw materials? Wood. Yes. No, I remembered fish. I forgot wood. Now, it takes a certain kind of insanity to require enough fish for it to be worth a train. But then I suppose Spidertrons are now a thing, so maybe. In any case, arguably, fish isn't actually a raw resource anymore. Because you can make fish. From the by putting the space science into the rocket, it'll give you a fish back. Yeah, but in any case, last time there were 7 raw resources, so I had trains for 7 raw resources. So I had 7 lots of combinators down here, doing that for each kind of material, and I think each one required 5 combinators. So each train here needed 35 combinators for it to work, plus a couple of others. And I'm convinced there's a better way of doing that. So what I am thinking is, if I hook up all of these resources, and adds them to some negative values, I can then say, if these are negative, I need the resources. If the buffer is less than the amount of iron, I'll put one if train. So yeah, so that's the basic version of it. So if I am short on iron and the train contains iron, send the train. The major difficulty lies in that if I have 2 iron trains, it'll try and send them both at once. And if you have, say, 9 iron trains and only 8 stations, you'll clog up your station and you might run short on something else. So that's the, I'm probably over-engineering it. Scratch that. I'm definitely over-engineering it, but then... I say that, actually, for my 1 per minute base, it was necessary to an extent. Okay, well let's try throwing down some naive stuff. Also, I am sick of flashing. Okay, I don't think anything else is flashing. Right, so what we do then is we get combinators. I like the new hand symbol as well. Got the little yellow thing. Anyway, wait. There we go, that's why I'm doing everything wrong. Okay, so we have combinators. So we say... Yeah, so the naive version is if... I'll do it with iron plates for now. So if iron plates is greater than 0, output something. We'll make it a tick, why not? And then if... For this one, if iron plates is less than 0, output the tick. So this one comes from the train. So that's saying it's an iron train. This one will come from a little bit of logic to do with the buffer, in which case iron plates will be less than 0 if we need iron. And that will output a tick. Then what we do is we take the outputs of both of these, send them back into the train, and we say the train can go until... Oh, sorry, the train can go when tick equals... 2. So that's the naive version. But then, as I said, if I do that for every train, it'll send the train, like, when there's 2 of them at the same time. I think the right words were in that sentence. You can probably pick them out and figure out what it was supposed to say. But yeah, and then you do the same thing for copper, coal, stone, wood. Uranium and fish, I guess. Now, also you can't quite do it like this. Yeah, I think Jeff was saying you do actually need a third combinator. You can't send it into the train if tick equals 2, because then if you're short on iron and copper, you'll get 2 ticks. So what you need to do here is say if tick equals 2 there, send an I. Actually, that should be a 1. So should that. So should that. And then that green wire. So that goes to there, and then that green wire wants to go to there. Yeah, so these ones will send the ticks to this one, and only if it is an iron train and we are short on iron will it get this signal. Trying to remember how I did it last time. I have an idea. But in the meantime, we need to count what is in this logistics system, which is actually relatively easy. I just need to connect a thing up there. Bring some power up this way. Why is it connecting to... Yeah. Fine, I guess. Right. So this, if I connect that to there and say read logistic network contents, so that will tell me what's in the network. Send a signal to this. You need to somehow subtract 1 before sending it to the next row of trains. Something like that. Anyway, yeah, so what I'm doing here, I need a constant combinator, and this one says, what do I want? So let's say I want 200 iron plates. We then send that into an arithmetic combinator, which multiplies that by... No, it doesn't. Have I got this the right way around? No, I do have it the right way around. Which multiplies everything... Or, okay, multiplies each by -1 and outputs everything. So then if I hook that up to that, see that's outputting -200. We don't have, I'll tell you what, just to show you, I'll put 50 iron plates in the network. So now up here we're getting... We want 200, so this says output -200. We've got 50. So when we add these two together, simply by connecting the output of that combinator to the same network, that says -150 plates. So that's where this one here gets its signal from. If plates is negative, then we are short on plates. We want plates. So this one needs to come from there. So we'll tidy this all up after the fact, but that'll come from there. So that should, when I give it some power, be outputting a tick. So this is now getting 2 ticks, because in fact it is an iron train. And the only reason the train's not going is because I've said tick equals 2. Remember, that now wants to be I'll just say tick greater than 0. Sorry, I greater than 0. But now we want to check how many... Oh, Me6 has finally gotten around to sharing the notification on Discord. Amazing. So, yes. The way I did this in 1 per minute was... I'm trying to remember exactly. It was like... I say, like, if this is an iron train, so if iron plates is greater than 0, output 1 iron plate. And then that goes essentially through a diode. That's not how you make a diode. This is how you make a diode. Like that. And then the next level down that has its input. Okay, so then we have a number coming out of this that if it's all the way at the top and it's an iron train, your iron plate is 1. And each subsequent train going down, if it's an iron train, adds 1 to the iron signal. So then you just need a third combinator which takes that number as its input that says, is iron plate equal to exactly 1? Then you output a third tick, connect that up, change this one to tick equals 3. So I think last time I used an extra combinator somewhere. I'm not sure exactly where, but no, that's it. 5 combinators per resource. That's all iron stuff. So then I would need to duplicate that for copper, coal, stone, uranium, fish and wood. There must be a way to simplify that. What happens if I take an arithmetic combinator? No, that's not going to work. Never mind. Yeah, I'm not using the new function. There's got to be a... Like, what else does the train... What else can this do? You can only set a train's limit. So it's only really going to be useful for the combinators at the outpost end. Because most of the combinators at the outpost end were to do with the train limit stuff, not sending too many trains to one station. Oh, and hello, Daniel. Maybe there's a way to do it all simultaneously with the each signal. That's what I'm thinking. So what I could do is... So if I did a combinator that said each less than 0 output each, this combinator on its own would output a single signal for every resource I am short on. So if I hook that up to this, that should output 1 iron because I'm short on iron. If I say I also want some copper, that will also output a copper. If I do something similar with the train, so I can say for everything in the train, so for each item in the train, just output 1 of them. So then even though there's 200 iron in this train, is there any iron in the train? Yeah? Why isn't that working? Read train contents. Is that train not stopped at the station anymore? Apparently not. Hang on. Ah, it's because I turned it away from automatic. That's right. Okay. So, yeah, that outputs a 1. So if I have 2 signals that are the same, so if I have 2 iron plate signals or 2 copper plate signals, I want to send the train. In fact, 3. If I have 3 signals the same, because this bit will be as it was before. But I don't want to just sum them up to 3 though, because this one here might be more than 1. I'm just thinking, I came across a very similar problem while I was designing my music machine. There is a way to do this, using a bit of algebra, I think. Where the hell is my notebook? Okay, I'm guessing I'm writing it on the back of today's calendar page. Speaking of the music machine, do you have any idea how long those videos take to make? Alright. So what I want to do is thing is, I can even picture in my head exactly where in the music machine this bit of algebra takes place. And I can't remember how it works. I'm extremely tempted to just... Oh no, I'd have to hop back down. I'd have to hop down into 1.0 to load that up. I think it's to do with the difference of 2 squares. So if you have 2 numbers a and b, and you do a squared minus b squared, that's the same as doing a plus b, all multiplied by a minus b. I think. Been a while since I did that. Minus b squared plus ab minus... Yeah. So if a and b are both... one? Is that how I'm doing this? So essentially the way that would work is... Okay. So I have a combinator here that takes the signal we want and I need a diode. Okay, so it takes the signal we want and the signal we have, which I'll put in on the green wire just so we can see the difference. So we have... Oh no, except I need that to be that one. Okay. So we have an iron plate. We want... that's also coming from the wrong place. Haha. Yeah. So, okay, we have an iron plate. We want an iron plate and a copper plate. This one here... we just add them together. Yeah, so that's our A plus B. We then need to do A minus B. So A minus B, first we have to take each and multiply everything by -1 and output an each. And then, so that's the B. Let's say the signal we have is the B. So that's the signal we have. Then we need to add that. +0 output each. Yep. Then we add that to the signal we want, which is our A. It just comes from there. Okay, then we need to multiply everything in this one by everything in that one. No? Oh, I don't remember how to do this. I'm good at the basics of combinators, but stuff like this, it's just a little bit beyond me. So this one doesn't have the iron plate. What if this does not have iron plates in it? What does that give us? Okay, and if we do have iron plates... Okay, what if we have iron plates but don't want them? No, that's not what I was trying to do there. This one here is our want. We have iron plates but we don't want them. So then we get a minus there. Ah, I've still got the minus there because I want more. Okay, let's try approaching this from the other direction then. If I do each multiplied by... Oh, you can't do each multiplied by each, can you? Damn it, no. Why is it so difficult to square a number in Factorio? I don't suppose anyone has ideas. So if I just add those together. No, because then that's just twice times A. That's anything that comes out of there. That's just going to multiply it by 2. That's the long way round of doing that. Why are you trying to do... Well, that's the point. Can you do a squared minus b squared directly? How do you square a signal, in fact? Or... Yeah, how do you square a signal in Factorio without first knowing what the signal is? Because you can't do each times each. Is there an exponent operator? Shush. Okay, so you can square it, and then you can do a squared minus b squared. Okay. I still don't remember how that helps me though. I know it's got something to do with the difference of two squares. Right. And in this case, if both of these are equal to 1, then I want to send a go signal to the train. So if a equals 1 and b equals 1. So we know that a squared minus b squared should then be 0. Yeah, it has been in there a while. I've just totally forgotten that it was. I don't remember why. Okay, so ignoring the squared for a moment, if A equals B, and which you can do by A minus B equals 0, and A equals 1, that tells you that A and B are both 1, right? Let's try that. Maybe I am overcomplicating it with the difference of two squares. Okay, so let's just set up a test down here. Okay, so we've got 3 signals we know we need to have. We need to have exactly 1 in each of them. So we'll send that, and that. We will also send... Oh no, yeah, because we're never going to have more than 1. Okay, so in this case, we do want a go signal to come out. So first, what we do is... Okay, so we'll call this A, B, and C. So if we do everything in B chest multiplied by -1, output everything. Okay. If we then, I'll just put a diode in there just to sort of keep things on the same level. Okay. If we then do A minus B, just have a quick read on that. Okay. But A minus B equals 0. And zeros don't work very well in Factorio. That might be why I needed the squared somewhere. Okay. If I do... Okay, so if A minus B is 0 and A is 0, then... Sorry, if A minus B is 0, we know they're the same. Hello! Oh dear, I'm bad at these. Messagidy. Apologies for the mauling of your name there, and also I hope you like mathematics and logic. Okay. So if I... The thing is, if A and B are both 0, we will also get a 0 there. Which means if we don't need iron, it will send everything that isn't an iron train. Which is fantastic, right? Oh. Okay, so if A is... If I add A directly into this... and A minus B... That will be A plus A minus B. Now, does that give a 1? What happened to Factorio Paps? It kind of died, I'm afraid. I enjoyed playing it, but it was simply too much effort per like episode hour, I think. One day. Soon.tm. Does 2A minus B, does that give a value of 1 for anything other than A and B are equal to 1? So if they're both 0, you get a 0. If A is 1 and B is 0, you get a 2. If A is 0, B is 1, you get a negative 1, which is what we've got there with the copper. And if they're both 1, you get 1. Okay, so I think what I can do here is then for this one actually make that a decider combinator. And say each equal to 1 output for now I'll just output each with a value of 1. So that will output a copper. Sorry, not a copper, the blue copper. A and B will only be 0. Use a bitwise operator. Still can't do each and each. And yeah, by simply adding the numbers together in a combinator like that, I think I actually end up saving a combinator in the long run. A plus B divided by 2. Again, you can't do each plus each. Yeah, so in the arithmetic combinator, you can only have one each. Connecting the wires. That could work. Alright. No, that's not how I do that. Each divided by 2, output each. Then if they're both 0, you get a 0. If I should put something in here that isn't in the other one, let's just give that one of them. Okay. Okay. So then for every signal I both have and need, I output that one of that signal. Okay. So then I need, I still, at the moment, I still need the rest of the logic, like, is this the first iron train, rather than just, is it an iron train? So, can I simplify that logic? I think I can, actually. So previously, we had, is it an iron train? Do we need iron? And is it the first iron train? I should be able to technically skip out that first combinator. Because I can just ask, is it the first iron train? And do we need iron? So I think I can do this with like 8 combinators per train then. So I still need one for each. Actually, I might even be able to do it with just 2. Okay. Back down to testing. So, okay, this one here is our what we need. This one down here is going to be our what we have. So let's say we have a copper plate and we have a solid fuel, but we need the iron plate as well. Okay, so for this one, I just had each multiplied by -1, output each, hook that up with a red wire, hook that up with a green wire. I got those the wrong way around. Oh no, that doesn't go there, that's why, that goes there. Okay, and then anything that's negative we need. So that can be negative anything. It's only -1 at the moment because I've said we want 1 iron plate. That could be -8. So now it says we want 8 minus plates. There you go. We want 8 iron plates even. So now I need to turn that 8 into a +1. So for each less than 0, output 1 each. Okay, so now that is saying we need some iron. Okay, then on the other side of things, we've got a train that might have apparently 20 iron in it. We'll also have a train above that that says we've got 30 iron in it. So I want to send a signal to only one of these trains. So for each train, first we say each greater than 0, output each. One of each. So that now tells you what's in that train. That's an iron train. Is it the first iron train? So we have a diode over here. That is connected to that. And exactly the same for the second train. Except that is outputting a 1. And... oh no, that's not quite going to work, because that's still only... we have that go to the output side. So that is now outputting 2 iron. I need a decider that says everything that is exactly equal to 1, output it. Okay, so that one, so our top train is outputting a 1, our second with the green wire. Okay, so our top train is outputting a 1, our second train is not outputting a 1. So the second train is not the first iron train. Then we need to add our things up. So that needs to go into there and there. We need an input there and an input there. So that top train has an output of iron. Doesn't really matter what it's outputting at this point. I don't think anyway. And the second train does not. And that's our go signal. So the top train has our go signal, the second train doesn't. Okay, and let's say we no longer need iron. Nothing is outputting anything. Let's say we no longer have copper. That's not outputting anything. That's still not... oh no, because we have a copper. No, we want a copper, we don't have one. Ah, because neither of these are copper trains, right. Let's say you are now a copper train. We're outputting a copper down there. We're also outputting a copper down there. Why are we outputting a copper down there? Came very close there. Okay, so that one is outputting a single copper. Ah, because of the way I've got this set up, this copper train... sorry, this iron train also thinks it is the first copper train. Yeah, because that copper signal of 1 is still going straight through to this, even though this one isn't a copper train. Okay, we're nearly there. I got excited for a minute there. Okay. Each greater than 0. I mean, there are ways to do it with assumptions, I think. Like, you could do something along the lines of if each is greater than 100, and that will assume that your train always has at least 100 stuff in it, and you don't have more than 100 trains, which is a fairly safe assumption, but then you might have a train come back from a nearly depleted outpost that might only have a couple of things in it, so maybe you can't assume that. I think I can do it with one more combinator. So instead of hooking that one up like that... Okay, so that just turns our whatever is copper, 2000 copper, into just 1. So we're just dealing with 1s and 0s. If I have that one come from there, and say each that's just effectively a diode. Hang on, what am I doing? I can do the same thing here, actually. Once I've turned that into a 1, I can say if we are a... No. So if we are the first iron train, we know that the red wire there must be a 1, and the green wire there must be a 0, right? So I can say for each equal to exactly 1, output it. And I think that will prevent this problem where the rogue copper signal gets passed on. So then that gets connected up to there. Okay, so we're still outputting the copper signal at the top from the copper train, which makes sense. And then our iron train down here is not outputting anything. Well, hang on. Ah, it's still outputting a copper, never mind. Okay, slight difference. That is going to be an each multiplied by -1. Okay. And that green wire is going like that, with a green wire from there. Okay. So, effectively what this is doing, this is multiplying all of the previous train numbers by 1. Sorry, by -1. And then adding that to the number of this train. So, if this is the first iron train, you're doing 1 plus -0. So you get a 1. That then goes into this. And something is missing there, I think. Oh no, that's fine. Yeah, and then if that's 1, so 1 minus 0 is 1, you then pass that on to the next bit. If it is not the first iron train, let's say it's the second iron train, you are doing 1 minus 1 plus -1, which is 0. So this combinator does not fire. So you don't get one from there. Let me try that. I think that's working. So I technically need to do that just as a subtle difference, so it can add things as the diodes go down. Okay, so if I copy all of that, just paste it down there. So this one has copper, this one has copper, this one has iron. We want copper and solid fuel. We only have solid fuel, so we want a copper train. The first one fires, the second one does not, the third one does not. I think we might have done this. Yes, please do finish your schoolwork first. Does anyone see a problem with this? I don't think so. So now we've cut it down from 35 plus combinators per train down to 5 combinators per train. And then if this last one fires anything, really, we tell the train to go. Technically you need an input from there. But yeah, that's still working. Okay. So the tidy version of this, we've got 3 arithmetic combinators and 2 deciders. Like that. The output of this one is hooked up to the input of that with a green wire. You go to there with a green wire. You go to there with a green wire. And okay, as a reminder, I get a green input from there, a green output from there, and a red output from there to there. I think that's my system. Let's try it. Okay, so let's get rid of that nonsense. So that will go by ones like that. I can even power all of it with a single medium power pole. I'm not going to power it with a single medium power pole though, for reasons I hope will become clear later. I'm going to put that there, on each one. Okay, and then these need to be hooked up with green wires, not like that, like that. And then we need a red wire coming from that one to that input, that one to that input. The decider on the left wants to be hooked up to the train with a red wire, so you go from there to there, you go from there to there, you go from there to there. And the arithmetic on the right wants to be hooked up to the amount we actually want. Okay, I think that's our system. If I copy that... It's inconvenient that it can actually go there, I'll tell you what. Let me stick that there. That should prevent it from being copied where I don't want it to be copied. Yep. And then we go blub 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 blub. Okay, then as for the train, it should go if anything is greater than 0. Which it says it is because it's an iron train and we want iron. If we no longer want iron, and set it to manual, okay, go back. Okay, something is greater than 0. Ah, I need to set up the final output as well. Let me change that to a tick. And I'll set the train to tick is greater than 0. Okay. So this one here has iron. It is our first iron train, and at the moment we do not want iron. So it does not have the go signal. This is grey. If we suddenly do need iron... We're not getting the go signal. Okay, what's not working? Oh, we're not actually sending that in. That would help. Well, I'm missing a combinator here, which is the bit that turns everything into 1s. For each less than 0, output 1 each. Okay, so that's saying we want copper and iron. Yes, we do want copper and iron. Okay, that is getting a copper and an iron signal. Where's... Okay, this one here is missing an output. Where's that supposed to go? Ah. My wires are slightly wrong. You don't go directly from there to there, you go via that one. Okay, and we've got our tick. Well, wasn't that exciting? Ladies and gentlemen, mathematics. Okay, so we don't want iron. This train doesn't have a go signal. This train hasn't actually been set up yet, but say that train, okay, doesn't have a go signal. Let's copy it into that one as well. We'll also... Okay, so these first 4 bottom trains are all set up exactly the same. The first and the... Sorry, the second and the fourth one have an iron in them. Alright. Nothing has a go signal. Good. We suddenly want a bunch of iron. That one's not going. That one should be going. That one's not going. Okay, why is the bottom one going? So you're getting an iron because we want an iron. You're outputting an iron because you're getting one. That's fine. You are outputting an iron because this train has iron in it. Okay, my diode isn't working. What are you doing? Ah, I haven't... Wait, that should have worked. Signal is reading the... I think I know what it is again. It's that these trains aren't actually stopped at those stations because they're set to manual. Okay, well we saw that one ticked on. Did this one tick off? Yes, it did. Okay. Now that's almost the whole problem. At the moment, let's say all these trains are lined up, we have a bunch of them that have iron in, and suddenly we need some iron because we've run out in our buffer. Our system faithfully detects the topmost iron train in our queue and sends it off to the loading station. However, so, you know, this one then drives off. But then on the next gain tick, this one is now the topmost train, and because this one hasn't gotten there yet, we still need some iron. So, in the previous system, I had a timer set up to go every so often. I forget exactly how often it was, but it would essentially only send a train if that timer was at its activation tick. So that way, at most, you would send one train every 5 seconds, every 10 seconds or something. Now, in the previous version, I did all of that logic up here. I think the easiest way of doing that is to say... We'll scooch that. We'll add another combinator between these two. And we'll only send things through if T for timer is equal to 0. So if I say T is less than, for now I'll just do 60, so 60 frames per second or 60 updates per second. Wait, I've suddenly forgotten how to do a timer. My brain is not braining. Does that work? T is less than 60, output a T. T is 1. So it should output a T. Yeah, then the source of the previous T is gone. Yeah, that's right. Knew I was missing something. Nearly. No, that T is just... There we go. So that resets every time, and that means this one actually wants to be T equals 1 then, because there's always at least one T. So yeah. So now we only say we want anything once per second. So at most we'll send 1 train per second. And we can change that to here. So if we want to send 1 train every 10 seconds, we change that to 3600. No. Sorry, that's once a minute, 3600. 10 seconds is just 600. So... $500, $550, and flash. I don't know if you can actually see that because I'm streaming at 30 frames a second and Factorio updates at 60. So you may or may not be able to see a slight flash on the right hand side in the information box. Let me put this back to 60 for a second. Yeah, so you might be able to see some flashes. It probably won't be consistent, but I promise you on my screen, looking at it at 60 frames per second, I'm getting 1 flash exactly every second. Okay, so then... Once that is done, I can actually get rid of this train now. That's... doesn't need to be there. Okay, so all of our like solid material trains, this way they can all be pretty much the same, I think. So I'll call these ones waiting. Because that's what they are. They are waiting stations. All of these ones down here, these are unloading stations. Okay. Also, probably would be a good idea to fuel them while they're up here. So what we should do is add an inactive, so 5 seconds of inactivity, and then that way if you stick I did have them already. Yeah. So this is why I had the substations rather than the medium power poles. Why am I not copy pasting that? I don't know. We'll also have one at the other side. So how far can you go? There. Okay, we'll put requester chests there and there, which I will have to request. No, I don't know why I put a 0 in there, just 3 will do. Copy, paste. Copy, paste. Copy, paste. Right, they will want to be in a logistics network. Okay. Oh, and these guys need to be powered as well. Okay. Right, so every train, I think we should be able to do it having exactly the same condition, at least from the beginning. So we wait for them to fuel and for us to actually need them. Then we go to the unloading station simply until it's empty. All 8 stops are inaccessible from the current position. Hua. Someone see something I don't? Why is that inaccessible? I'm just doing the thing where I drive forward a little bit to see like where the problem is. Oh wait, destination full. Oh. That'll do it. Okay, let's Make sure these do not have destination limits. Okay, and yeah, you can't get back at the moment. So we'll do that manually. Donk. And okay. I was wondering why that one didn't go. It's because I didn't actually set it to go. Although the tick should be there, shouldn't it? Oh wait, we have 200 iron in the thing now, don't we? Yeah, we actually have 200 iron in the logistics network, so we don't need to send another train. We've got 50 there and 50 down here. So now this should have a tick. Well, it will have, again, I don't know if you can see that, but that is flashing green once per second. Okay, so I'm keeping an eye on the preview window, so I think you should have seen a couple of flashes there. Okay, so for now, I'm just going to turn that off and set all these to automatic, ready to go. Oh, why did you go? Curious. I'm not sending anything at the moment. Why are they sending ticks? Oh. And 5 seconds of inactivity. Okay. Okay, we actually want you to go to waiting, please. Okay, you're going to be good. Right. Should go to waiting and stop. Go to waiting and stop. Does anyone happen to know, off the top of their head, what that command in my Rule 110 video to turn all the trains to automatic was? No, automatic is correct. 3, 4, 5. Okay, I think they're all on automatic now. Whew. So that is my materials drop-off station. In terms of where the trains come from, we need to give them each a way in. Now, arguably, for this many trains, you should really have at least... where are my chain signals? Yeah. You should have like at least a 2 wide rail network. So instead of just having the 1 input, you should have to... Yeah, let's do that. Let's have a 2 rail one. There's no reason to have both of those in there, is there really? Oh well. Scoop. And... again, I don't really need both of the... whoops, I don't need both of those. I'm going to swap them for one there, and that should do the same job. Actually, I think I did need those ones. It's these ones I don't need. No, I do need both of them. Yeah, for high volume rails I actually do need all of them. And I do need one there. I don't necessarily need one there though. Definitely don't need that one. Or that one. Okay, so we've got 2 rail in. We should therefore also have 2 rails out. Whoops. Okay, and signal this. Probably being a little over-liberal with my use of chain signals, but it works. Okay, 2 rails in, 2 rails out. And apparently this is a left-hand drive system. Are they evenly spaced? No. One, two, three. They're not evenly spaced either. That means all that's wrong. You know what, that is fine. No one's looking too closely, and that's 3 in the middle there. It'll do. Okay. So down here, I'm going to make some resource patches, and we can do some outposts. And this is where we actually, finally, get into the fun stuff from 1.1. Where's my one gone there? Missed a bit. That's actually really distracting, that line. Whatever. Okay, so the rail goes down some and continues off into oblivion. I guess I should put some signals on these, right? Other? No. Interface. There. So I've got 282, which is a 12 long train. So about there. What was the error there? Oh, there's a rock in the way. Okay, so let's say the train comes down to here-ish, and I guess you get to see me make a a 4-lane T-junction. It's not going to be a particularly well thought out 4-lane T-junction. Alright, so that's left hand, so that's coming down that way. What do you mean not enough rails? I'm in creative. Oh, whoops. Okay. So yeah, this isn't a designer perfect T-junction tutorial, so I am not going to design a perfect T-junction. I'm just going to do chains on the way in and through, and then ordinary signals on the way out. And then coming up from here. Okay, ideally I want one in there, but I don't think it matters that much. What a beautiful mess. Okay. So, let's say we have a deposit, and it is going to be a very special deposit that is full of actually, why am I making them requested chests? It should be providers. Oh wait, that's not how that works, is it? Is it just the creative chest I want? Steel chest contains all items in the game, can auto refill itself. No, what I want is a duplicating provider chest. That's the one I want. Powers of 2 are good. And this one is going to be an iron plate. 1. So this is filling the place of like an actual mining outpost. Okay, let's put down a roboport now to stop that flashing. Okay. So, assuming you have some source of stuff, in this case iron plates, but it could be iron ore or whatever. Right, then we want... so, which ways are in? This way. So, we'll condense both... Actually, let's come out just a little bit further. So, both of our input lines... We'll condense them down to 1. Because no matter what, we can only... I guess you could do it in such a way that you could load 2 trains at once, but we're not going to. We're going to load 1 train at once. That's going to go up a bit. I'll pop down a station and a train just so I can see where we're going. I was not counting there. That's 8. Okay, so that's where our train will be. So we want requester chests at this end that load the train. And magical source of power. Okay, and we'll probably want a whole bunch of these over here as well. Oh, let's at least try and be neat about it. Okay, so that is like just the actual loading bit. And what we can do is, instead of actually just going straight in like that, which I wasn't thinking about, we will have a waiting area that can cater up to some number of trains. It doesn't really matter how many, just depends how big you want to make it, I guess. I think most of mine in 1 per minute had space for 3 trains, so we'll do the same. My outposts also had a special like passenger parking area as well. So you can add that if you so wish. Okay, and this is actually where our trains want to come in. Okay, so actually the way I've done this, I actually have space for 4 trains. So why not, let's do that. Okay, so we have got... we want a chain signal there, and normal, 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 normal. Okay, and then this one, once it's loaded up with its stuff, that can go back out and join the network. Okay, so that was the easy bit. Now, unlike in my last setup doing this, where I had a whole heap of, well, all sorts of combinators. It wasn't quite as bad as the input station, with the 35 combinators odd per train, but there was... I think it worked out as something like 4 combinators per train. But now I think all I need to do is put 1 arithmetic combinator in. If I put that there... Now I'm probably wrong, but I think all I actually need to do is hook that up to that, and that up to that. So that's reading the logistics network content. So at the moment I have 1.2 million iron plates. That is my, like, I guess simulated resource deposit. 1 train can handle, well, we've got 40 times 100 times 8. Which is 32,000 iron plates. Bear in mind, if you're doing iron ore, it can stack differently, so might be a different number, but we'll go with 32,000. So if I just do each divided by 32,000, output each. And then I set trains limit based on... Actually, that wants an L. Let's just make that output an L. Okay, so this station can cater for up to 38 trains, and that's with a single combinator. Now, there is a little bit more you can do. Like at the moment, when that drops below 32... Was it 32? Yeah, 32,000 in the deposit. So when it starts running out, it won't actually send a train. So what might be better is also, as I said, we've only actually got space for actually 5 trains, because 1 being loaded and 1, 2, 3, 4 waiting trains. So this can cater up to 5 trains at once. The station itself. If a 6th train comes along at the same time, it might end up waiting on the actual network, which you don't want. Don't think you should connect it to the logistics network, but the chests. Yeah, I mean, there is a good argument to be made that these should be connected up like this. So that way it will actually only count them if the resources are sitting in the chests ready to go. So that would hook up to there like that. So then, yeah. So as long as there is 32,000 cumulative in this in these chests, there are more things you can do as well. So again, even more arguably better. It would. Okay, so Jeff is making a point. Jeff is saying that I should use the chests rather than the logistics network, because at the moment it's counting what is in my simulated deposit, which hasn't been mined yet, therefore there's no point calling the trains. That is fair. Bear in mind though that if you connect it up to the logistics network in a real map, it's not going to count what is actually still in the ground. It might still count what is in any provider chests over in the deposit, but that is less of a problem. One thing that might be worth doing is, instead of hooking them all up like this, because there could be 32,000 plates just in these chests up here, which will load this wagon, but nothing else. So you might want to do your own load balancing, or you could individually check that each wagon or each wagon's chests, those 12 chests like that, has at least 4,000 ore in it, and then add all those together, and if you've got 8 wagons with 4,000 ore, add an L. So I mean, yeah, we can do that. That's relatively easy. It'll require a few more combinators. So that's just, let's say, each greater than... no, I don't want to do that. I want to do each divided by 4,000. Remember, for ore this would be 2,000. Output, no, a K, like that. Give it some power. and hook it up to the chests. Like that. And then we'll just disconnect the chests from, oops, each other's groups. Okay, and then actually that's not going to be quite as easy. Yeah, the game does load balance itself pretty well with the logistics bots, but you can end up with issues. One thing I think is definitely worth doing up here is saying, just having a thing in here that says if anything is greater than 0, output an L, and connecting that in. So that way, once you drop below 32,000, like just for your last little bit, you can still send one train. Because remember, with integer division, if you have 64,000, 64,000 divided by 32,000 is 2. 63,999 divided by 32,000 is exactly 1. 31,999 divided by 32,000 is 0. So this means you will always send at least one train, but when it does actually completely run out, you won't send any trains. So you're not going to send any trains to a completely dead deposit, but you might still send trains to dying deposits. Whether you want to do that, I guess, is up to you. Another thing, so I mentioned that this can cater for at most 5. Let's see, how would you do that? How can you do... So you want effectively the maximum of whatever this one puts out and whatever that one puts out. What have we got in here? There wasn't an absolute function, was there? No. I mean, there's a way you can sort of cheese it. So, like, if that one outputs J, and this one outputs K, then you can just say, like, if J is greater than K, output J, and otherwise output the K. I mean, that would do it. It doesn't seem very elegant though. I feel as though there's a better way of doing a maximum. In that case, it's not too bad. It's still 4 combinators compared to the 20 odd I had last time. So what's that? So at the moment that is outputting nothing because there's actually nothing in there at all. If I put some plates in there, we get 1k. So we've always got at least 1k until it runs out because there's a train there. Tell you what, let's actually set these logistic requests. Please fill you with plates. Wrong box. Yes, the bots do the load balancing on their own pretty well. What is this train for? Oh, yes, so American Patriot. This is basically an up-to-date version of my old Smart Trains video using the new system with the train count. So, yeah, it's just a design thing. The old... I have no radars out. The old system is almost identical, although we have greatly improved on the number of combinators needed for each train. There used to be a whole row of combinators that stretched almost as long as the train itself. We've now just got down to 5 for each train. And this is the output station, where we've gone from like 3 or 4 combinators per train to just 4 for the whole thing. Yeah, so that so this one makes sure there's always at least 1 train, but we also want to make sure that we have the minimum of whatever is coming out versus 5, because the station can hold at maximum 5 trains. Can trains hold different resource types on different runs? No, not in this design. So what I'll do, if that says anything greater than 0, output it as K. Okay, and then we have K is less than 5. Output K. And then if K is greater than or equal to 5, output a J. J is greater than 0. Actually, there's a quick way of doing that. K is greater than or equal to L, output L, where L is 5. Yeah, so the chests are now filling up, so at the moment this can hold up to 4 trains worth of stuff. That will eventually get to 5. Okay. And then we just want a for each greater than 0 output L. No, that's not quite going to work. Each plus 0 output L. That should do it. No. Why aren't you outputting anything? Oh, you're getting a J. So it drops off iron and picks up copper. Don't think you need that. Yeah, there's definitely a way to do this bit with fewer combinators. Essentially, I'm looking for, like, if there is anything in here, I want this station to receive an L of 1. Always at least 1. And at most 5, where you are dividing it by 32,000, because that's how much the train can hold. Okay, so I've got up to 7 trains worth of stuff. That can also be a K there. Right, K is only ever 1, isn't it? Yeah. So I can do that. In fact, I can do that. Now that will only ever be a J signal. J is less than L. J is greater than or equal to L, output L, which will be 5. If J is less than L, output J, but turn it into an L. Oh. That one needs an L with a 5. Yeah, so now it has a limit of 5, even though this is saying we can now hold up to 10 trains worth of stuff. So it's still a hell of a lot neater if you compare it to my old design. And yeah, I'm sure there must be a way to get this down from the 8 combinators I've got there. Yeah, so if I say this is an iron outpost, get rid of this track. Why can't I delete iron plates from my inventory now? Oh, that's cool. Yeah, also, where's the logistics tab for character? Character logistics. Maybe it's just because I'm in, oh no, because I'm in God mode. That's why. If you type editor, you can clear the inventory. Where? Oh. Was that all I had to do? Oh, no. So how do I clear my non-editor inventory? I don't know. When you open it, there's an Infinity Filters tab, but that must be the editor extensions one. Okay. Never mind then. Will it work if I do that? Yes. Just need to put some of them back. Okay, so now what we should be able to do is if we go back up to here, if we add into some of these to go to the iron outpost until full. And just to be on the safe side, I'm actually going to make these void requester chests. So while they would spit out onto a bus, this is a problem. Inventory space. Okay. Void requester chest. So I don't actually have to find something to do with them for now. Can you even shoot stuff in God mode? Nope. Deconstructing the chest picks up the stuff in it. That's how I picked up the things in the first place. But anyway, let's say, please just give me a whole bunch of iron. Have that. Okay, and we'll copy paste that onto all of you. Okay, that might actually complicate matters. I'm going to do it slightly differently because I do want it to actually fill up, but not completely. So yeah, what we'll do, I'll grab one line of these and put it there with power. And that won't quite work. Right, swap around these guys. These ones I'll switch back for ordinary requesters. Does it? Oh, it actually keeps the logistics request. That's pretty cool. Can I copy paste that on top? No, that would be too easy. Okay. Now we'll put in a whole bunch of bots. Let's get rid of some more inventory space. Or free up some more inventory space, I guess. Bots. And more for luck. How many have we got in there at the moment? 24,000 now. Bots. Okay, so 48,000 bots. 4,800 bots. That should be enough. And how many trains did we copy that condition to? So I want to copy it to at least 5 trains, but I'll copy it to a few more. And okay, this does have one slight problem. If the train is empty, it will never go at the moment. Which is a problem I never actually bothered solving when I designed this the first time around. Because in theory, it's only an issue that ever comes up when you make the thing. You can send the trains off manually the first time, And if everything else works, and that is an if everything else works, they should never come back empty. But for this case, maybe I would like it to. I will just send them off automatically. So, let me go into editor mode actually. No, just go straight to the iron outpost. Okay, so that's 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Stop as inaccessible. Yeah, it doesn't want to go there. Okay, I'll send 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Alright, let's just see what happens when I unpause this. So 5 trains go off straight away. Okay, so these guys should queue up while this train loads. Okay, that should allow another train to come down, yeah. Okay, meanwhile, this train should pull in and it should stay there because it never gets its check signal, because at the moment we're only requesting 200 iron. No, it should stay there because my timer is off. I should turn that back on. Let's not take any iron at the moment. And I will set that equal to 600, so every 10 seconds we'll check and equal. No, that should be less than. That wants to be equal to, there we go. That was the mistake I made. So every 10 seconds this should flash, but nothing should move. Yeah. Because we're not requesting iron, okay. Okay, so I'll let these fill up. Send one more off. These ones I'm going to cut off. Just while we test this. So then when everything's come back, I'll start requesting some iron and we'll see what happens. Alright. So all the trains are back. Now, all of a sudden, we turn on a new part of the factory. Won't the train infinitely occupy the unloading station when the outpost is not requesting new trains? Yes. So, The system, I guess you could build in a check for that. I'm not entirely sure how, but maybe you... I've got a couple of ideas, but essentially it would assume that you have enough iron outposts. The reason for the check is to make sure that you don't send all your trains to one outpost, making it slow down. It's like in the old system had the same assumption. It would just turn the station off instead of not allowing new trains come in. So if the train had nowhere else to go, it would theoretically just stop in the middle of the track. I think I did... Don't really need to check just a waiting area. Where would it wait, though? Because it'll never leave the unloading station if there's nowhere for it to go. I don't think. Or would it just skip it, maybe? No, it only skips it if the station is actually disabled. So one thing you could do is something like this. I'm going to make that an iron outpost train. Stop. And then I'm going to manually park separately. So, depending how big your map is, this doesn't always work. Like if a train already has to go thousands of tiles away. I'm trying to remember how I did this before. Essentially, you give them somewhere to go that they can, or at least they think, they can reach. They will never choose to go there if they can avoid it because of the massive negative impact all the stopped trains have on their pathing. They will choose to go to an actual outpost instead. They need somewhere to wait and queue up while they go there. They also need a way around that. I know what my mistake here is. Yeah, I thought that curve was off. like that. So you put a chain signal there and a normal signal there. Okay, so if they're trying to get to this station, they have to go into this waiting loop, which I'll add some signals into in a second. They then wait at this signal here because they can't enter this block. As soon as they realize, oh wait, that station is open again, train stop with an incorrect name adds a penalty of 2,000. Okay. A new station between unloading station and outpost. Wait, yeah, you could have a wait for outpost station. Like, it might slow things down a little bit, but, you know, if you've got enough trains and enough throughput anyway, you should be alright. The other trick I've used before is manually setting signals to red, which is also a pretty good train stop penalty. Yeah. So I'm just looking at the wiki. A manually stopped train without a passenger, which is what I've put down, is a penalty of 7,000. A rail block with a signal set to red by the network is a penalty of 1,000. So 1, 2, 3, 4. So by setting them up, why is that green? Okay, apparently that block is empty. Yeah, so you can add in a few extra like that. Yeah, also, when a rail block is occupied by a train, it adds a penalty of 2 times the length of the block divided by the block distance from the start. So blocks close to the start matter a lot more. So let's just hook these up. So taking into account the guess I don't really want that one then. Set that to red. Mode of operation close signal if red is greater than 0. Yeah, there's a number of different ways you could do this, but I think that, you know, the combination of all of those trains and the stops and the fact that they're occupied rail blocks that are close to the start works a little bit more than the train stop that is not the destination. I guess you could actually figure it out if you want. But anyway, they really don't want to go here, but if they can get to nowhere else, they will attempt to path there. But they will wait here, but then if another one opens up, they have a way back into the network. That's the point. Similarly, I'll make that a chain signal. I will put some extra signals in here. So this waiting loop here can be as long as it needs to be. Way too many signals there, but whatever. Okay, let's request some iron and see what happens. Okay, so each train has 32,000 iron in it. Let's request... ooh, I don't know. 320,000. Actually, it's probably a bit much. Let's request... 60,000. Okay. So one train has gone down. 10 seconds later, the second train should go. Yep. So, okay. 10 seconds later, we still don't have the 60,000 we want. Ten seconds later, we still don't have the 60,000 we want. Okay, we're quickly building up. Okay, we do now have 60,000 in the network, so trains should stop coming. Okay, but now the train's left, so that's going to drop down. Okay, we're now below 60,000, so whenever the 10-second limit comes up, the top train should go. There you go. And tell you what, let's set up a little thing here. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay, just a little visual timer so you can actually see when the trains should tick over. Yeah, so whenever we have less than 60,000 in the network, as indicated on the right, and the timer completes, the topmost iron train should go. Okay, so we've got more than 60,000. So when the timer fills up, nothing should happen. And nothing happened. Okay, now we've got less than 60,000. And the top train goes. Why the timer? Just to ease congestion? It's to stop all the trains going at once. Because those checks, all the various checks that are happen continually. If we drop below 60,000, all the checks happened and the top iron train gets sent into the unloader. The very next game tick, so 1/60th of a second later, the next train will go, because now that's the top train and you're still below 60,000. So it's to slow it down a little bit, so all the trains don't go at once. Hopefully that makes sense. You never usually have a central unloading area, so the wait for outpost is always directly after the unloading, which works quite well. Yeah, that works fine. Like, the thing I like most about Factorio is that there's a million different solutions for everything, and everyone does it differently anyway, so... Apart from green circuits. Everyone does green circuits the same. Alright, so I reckon we can do a little bit more testing by copying this sticking it down here somewhere. That'll do. Changing this one to copper outpost and putting some copper in here. Also, everyone loves burning trees with flamethrowers. Quite true. I must say, I was incredibly disappointed when I did the 20 million trees video. I did actually attempt to burn down the forest. It didn't work. The fire just stops after a certain distance. Like, the trees were as densely packed as it's possible for them to get. And, you know, I put a little bit of fire out in the middle. And it went for, you know, not a short distance. But it just stopped in like a perfect circle around where it started. I was most disappointed. Right, so that should say, yeah, 5. Should we set up some copper trains as well? Right, you go to copper outpost until you're full. Copy, paste, 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 paste. Paste, paste, why not? Reconnect them. And... ah yes, I need to actually ask for some copper, don't I? We're asking for 1 copper. Oh, I actually also need to send them all off on their own. Why is copper outpost's destination full? You can get there. Why are you not receiving any L's? Oh, because you've got actually no copper in your system, have you? I need to give you some bots, that's why. Okay, we're good. That should give you at least 1, right? Do we have a copper train incoming? Yes. Anyway. Bots. Bots. Oh, I also need to set the logistics request to actually request some copper instead. That would be useful. I think they've got them all. Yeah, no, it's there are some very good reasons for it. It would, you know, if you had a particularly foresty land, it would ruin the aesthetic of it, and it would probably kill your computer. But, you know, when you want it to happen, very disappointing. Okay. Ooh, destination full. Where are you trying to get to? You are trying to get to Iron Outpost. Why aren't you going there? Oh. that's not enabled that trains limit. Okay, so this is an example of when this system out here might be used. What do you wait? You're just waiting. Okay, so this train wants to go there, as does that one. You know what I should do is actually not hook that up to there, hook it up to there so I can see how many trains it's actually requesting. None at the moment. Okay, the trains are coming a little bit faster than the bots can supply it, I think. So maybe I should give this area a few more bots. So, you know what else I can do? I think. Is it team cheat? Okay, let's just do that. Instant research on. And then... Oh, I don't have... the research queue. What was the command for the queue? Game dot... someone said this to me the other day. Game dot player dot force dot research queue enabled equals true. Did that work? Yes. Worker robot speed 50, so they're spending most of the time charging now, which is less than convenient, but whatever. More roboports, I guess. Wait, where's my mouse? I can't find my mouse. There it is. Not much more I can do there. Is it filling up? It is slowly filling up. How's this one down here doing? Okay, yeah, so you can also see trains are filing out of this station. I should also put a copper outpost there. Just in case the same thing happens with copper. Okay, so yeah, we've got a couple of copper trains in there. Let's request some copper as well. Let's just do 20,000 copper. Now the copper trains will be blocked by the iron waiting trains. Fine. I'll give copper their own stop. Happy? Yeah, so it looks like for the amount of iron I'm using, I simply don't have enough. You know what? These should just be void chests. Yeah, that's probably why I was eating through all the iron so fast. Alternatively, it may just be that one iron deposit is not enough. Yeah, I know you don't need that many inserters to fill a blue belt. I was just spamming it down. So, in fact, also what I'll do, let's change a couple of these to request copper instead. Which one did I just request? Was it this one at the end? No. Was it this one? Yes. I never set most of these off, did I? So this will probably break the copper outpost. I think it can be done with 4 if you time the inserters using circuits. Yeah, or you can manually set the stack size. 3 is the easiest way to get a compressed belt, though. Well, sorry, 3 on each side. You know, this wouldn't be a terrible screen for the starting thing. Yeah, the splash screen at the beginning. Stack size limiting is best for UPS. Stack size is blueprintable, copy pastable. Yeah, I must admit, like, there's a small part of me that wants to say, like, if you're running into UPS issues, you just need to buy a better computer. But yes, no, I guess it is a concern. Yeah. So my favorite thing about this design in particular is that it's actually really modular. If you want to add more trains, you just add in more trains up the top. If you want to add in more unloading stations, add in more unloading stations to the side. If you want to add in another outpost, like you saw what I did to add the copper one, you just copy and paste and fill it with some bots. And it just works, like all the logic, it doesn't matter what the actual material is, it just figures itself out. That's true. If your computer doesn't have UPS problems, build a bigger factory. That's... no. Fair play, I'll wear that. Should help me use up the materials a bit faster. Yeah, so all the trains are back. I wouldn't be at all surprised if both of these are full. Yeah, that's waiting on 5 trains. And this one here I was going to change a little bit. That is also waiting on 5 trains. Okay, so the next one should be a copper train, which will come from the very top. Two, one. Okay, not this tick. Three, two, one. Why did the iron train go? Okay. Now the copper train should go 2, 1, 0. 0. 0, 0. Why isn't the copper train going? We've got less than 20,000. Do we have a problem? I'm requesting 20,000, right? Yeah. Yeah, we're definitely requesting copper. Why isn't the copper train going? Oh wait, did I not fix? Oh. Oh wait, is that right? You're only getting one copper signal. Yeah, no, that is right. It should be waiting for the timer now. Three, two, one. We might have a bug here. Am I missing a cable somewhere? No, that's definitely flashing up that high. 3, 2, 1. That flashed. 4, 3, 2, 1. Oh. I must have not copied something correctly to the top row. There we go. Now it goes. Yeah. So it wasn't the system that wasn't working, it was just there was some misconfigured combinators. Right. A bit sad that the best science UPS setup is many small factories. Yeah, it's a little disappointing. I do have a rather large factory in the works though, and I'm not talking about Megabase. Huge fields of solar. I find the huge solar fields just boring, personally. Like, it's impressive to look at for a couple of seconds, and then it's just, oh, here's a great big thing that you can't walk through. You built a near perfect solar blueprint. Not symmetrical, but makes for its own beauty on the minimap. Yeah, that's true. The solar setups can look good on the minimap. I'll give you that. Let's see. Can I do something like game.player. There we go. Let's see the whole thing. You just noticed the map view has no toggleable icons. Oh, new toggleable items. Okay, yeah. I was going to say, yes, it does. Tags. I think tags are... Wait, can't you... Maybe it's just because I'm in God mode, but I can't seem to add any map tags. Worker robots. Yeah, that used to be a debug feature. Rail signal states. And recipe icons, that won't do anything at the moment. Yeah, pollution's there, turret coverage there, electric networks, logic networks. I'm not being funny, it was shift click or was it right click? I'm not sure I like snapping. What is snapping? Oh, that's what snapping is. That's 64. That's 32, half the size. Half the size again. Huh. I think I used to like being able to shift click or right click on the map and then ping. I think there's also, yeah, sort of in-game rich text editor helpers kind of stuff. Yeah, I like to right click. It throws you off the first couple of times when it's like, oh, how did I do that? But so I can see why they got rid of it. But yes. So that is my train system, I guess. Now, you could, I guess, mirror the system such that... See, at the moment, the outposts, they request trains based on the number of materials that are available. Instead of having like this Omni station here, where everything gets delivered and sorted out by the bots, you could have dotted around the map as well a number of stations that request trains based on the number of materials they need. So you'd still have like a central base like this, where all your trains queue up and wait for signals to come in. Where would those signals come from? We might have to do that through a circuit network connection. No, in fact, you wouldn't even have to do that. Because they would just wait there with a... Like, a destination full thing until there's a place for them to go. So yeah, you could do a system like that where there's just one big waiting station in the middle somewhere where all the trains have to go and they can get refueled there, which is nice. Speaking of which, I know it doesn't really matter in this case. There we go. Just actually give the guys a way of refueling. Yeah, do the outposts like I've done them. And kind of mirror the system for the, for want of a better term, in-posts. So yeah, they would need to request an amount of trains based on the materials they want, and then these sort of the life cycle of the train or their schedule goes from the waiting area in the middle to a drop-off station to a pickup station. Or what you could do even is go from the waiting area to the drop-off station to the waiting area to the pickup station and then back. And then that would be... that'd probably be about as close as to like the logistics train network in vanilla as you can get. That is with the big asterisk that I have never used the logistics train network. I don't actually know what it can do. I know it's very powerful. But the way I see it, that's a train system that dispatches trains wherever and whenever they're needed, right? Yeah, I did see a whole bunch of things on Reddit about, there was one guy who was basically making a vanilla LTN. Yeah, God, don't talk to me about showing completeness with trains in Factoria. we've done that. Yeah, so just as a quick aside, if we had something a little like this. Okay, so we've got a waiting station, a pickup station, a drop-off station with a train that has a wagon on it. Okay. And some fuel because I'm feeling nice. So what you do is you say this one, actually it does need to be set by some sort of network. So you say you know what? Quick simulation. Okay, so this is the pickup station where it picks up an item, and this has its set trains limit by... Okay, tell you what, I should probably put a combinator in there. So if anything is greater than 0, output 1L. On this side, we'll say if there is not an item on any of these belts, oops, I actually need to take that off as well. If there was not an item on any of those belts, then I want to put an item on it. So if everything equals 0, then output 1L. Okay, we'll give some things some power. Also, I actually need a thing there. Okay, and then the train goes from waiting to pick up to waiting to drop off, pick up until... Okay, well, in real life it would pick up until it's full of cargo, but we'll just say until item count of wooden chests is greater than 0, and then drop off item count wooden. In fact, here I can actually say empty cargo. I'll give it a wooden chest and tell it to go, right? Okay, the destination is full. Ah, okay, because it wants to... I'll send it to drop off first. There we go. So at the moment, I've forgotten to put the underground belt in. So at the moment, the pickup station doesn't have enough stuff for a train. So it just waits here. Okay, now it does have enough stuff for a train, so it goes there. And then comes back. And it immediately is wanted to put something over there. And then it comes back. And yeah, I think this would work fine. Okay, I must have been a little bit slow with the putting down that last wooden chest. Okay. That's interesting. Why did it not read as being on the belt? Curious. Okay. So, wait, what? Ah, there's a little gap between each thing on the belt. That's why. Look at that jittering on the right that there was. That would be it. Most likely. Well spotted. Gonna put that one on hold as well. That'll do it, yeah. Yes, that can go straight to there. Should wait here a little bit. Should have waited a little bit. Oh, maybe it was just got there just in time. Okay, there was definitely something on that belt. Why did that... Is that still... No, it's getting a solid signal. Oh, you know what? No. That's probably why. There we go. Now it waits on the way over to there as well. Yeah. Actually, you could make it even smarter. Because the idea I was saying is that you can have a system like this. You could basically have a whole bunch of trains in the middle. But in those cases, the trains still need to know which pick-up and drop-off station to go to for different materials. If you implemented the circuit system we came up with a little bit earlier to tell what train is what stuff is in the train, then when a drop-off station requests items, you can make sure that the train that is dispatched has the correct item, meaning that all of your trains can have exactly the same schedule, and it should still work. I do foresee issues with particularly complicated train networks, because whenever a train repaths, it might choose to go to the wrong station. Oh, I hate you. There you go. Hadn't even noticed. Is that the same on that side? Yeah. What is your purpose? You pass chests. Alright, well, I will come back to this for a little bit. Let's see. No, nothing's going to run out particularly soon. Tell you what, let's bump these up. That is now 200,000 iron and 200,000 copper. So that should just send Yeah, so you can see 2 trains going on 1 clock tick. And on the next clock tick it should send another 2 trains, which will... Okay. Ideally that would have gone to one of the further away stations, but I guess if there's more signals in the way, that might explain why they're reluctant to go to these ones. Also, if you were doing this for fluids, the same system would work, you just need a little bit more space for pipes and stuff around here. Plenty of other stations you can go to, mate. You're trying to get to that one. Yeah, you're trying to go all the way over there. So you should have let you go first. Like that. There you go. You can go at the same time if you're clever. We should also see... Oh, actually, we don't have any trains queuing up in here yet. I'm somewhat surprised. Hello, Sankang. However, I think I'm about to end the stream. Yeah, so we've come up with this design probably sometime during the next fortnight or so. I'll come back, I'll have a quick look at it, I'll do any improvements I can think of, and I will turn it into a blueprint book with the various bits that will end up somewhere in a description on one of my YouTube videos. But yeah, I have streamed for something like 10-11 hours today. I think I'm a little bit on the loopy side. So, I am going to call it a night. In the meantime, I will say thank you very much for watching, and I will see you again soon.